Hello, guys. Let me just make sure my mic is fine now. I tried to put on some noise suppression for the people that had issues with it. Give me a second to try and test it as well. Let's see what happens if I... it still goes through a bit. I'm trying. I hope that it was helping a bit on the picking up my keyboard. Eventually, I will end up having to fix it because it bothers me now that I know it. The question is just how. Maybe I can fix it through my own mic. If not, I will just end up having to buy what I thought about for a while, like a new mic with a new setup, or like an actual like big mic. But yeah. For now, this will just have to do, and I will try and do my best to not overpress my keyboard. I do have a feeling that I can somehow fix it, but once again, I just gotta contact my like a friend that knows a bit more about this than me. Whoops, that was a pit. I woke up late today, so I'm definitely still a bit tired, but we'll see what happens. Usually that just means that my first game is going to be really rusty, because I'm not really fully awake yet. I wanted to start earlier today, about an hour earlier, but you know, if I wake up and I have a dog and all that stuff, there's a few things I gotta do before I can actually just sit down and play. But I mean, I don't want to work, so it's not really anything but my dog keeping me. Damn. Did not think that through. This map's kind of brutal. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of shit to avoid in this one. Well, that was fast. It's a bit faster when there's not bombs and rockets throwing at you every second. Though I suppose I also didn't really hit anything, ruining my momentum. Damn, well, that wasn't good. It's a long queue. What else should I ban? Spend Kali. Probably gonna need to ban bots as well. I don't know, do people pick bots this? I feel like I'm a pretty, I guess, somewhat low eload ban. Or low eload game here. So, I will get the Agni out. I will probably leave bots open. Apollo is probably also gonna end up being open. Aladdin is there too.
Select
Morgan,
your
huh?
god.
I'll just get the Apollo. Still not too sure on how much I need for Radiance. But once again, I like starting with something easy just so I can wake up a bit. Ouch. I missed. What is this map? How? Just face planted. I went so fast I could barely even fucking go further down. That's crazy. Well, have we? Wait, Nika's playing already. What the fuck? That's so early for him. He's not even streaming.
Have some brew.
The fuck do I need? They do have an Odin. Actually, am I against Odin? I'm probably against Odin. Shit. Might have to go Shell then. That sucks. Yeah, he's jungle too. Might be rough for this game then. I doubt my team can really stop that from going out of control. We'll see though. You never really know what happens. But this is just one of those games that feel like a very, like, low eload game. Yeah, I mean, my jungler doesn't even start here, it seems. That makes it even worse.
Minions have spawned.
I'll just have to play it very safe.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Fun. Oh, you're serious.
I'm against Odin at least. It shouldn't be that hard of a matchup early on. I do wish Hyros would just fix the creeps though. It's so annoying that they still just keep zigzagging a bit.
Be careful.
Gotta grab my blue soon though.
Waste of island. Utter waste of island. Retreat left lane.
has been slain. You are fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Imagine this Ymir is gonna be very vocal. He already sets shit in next advance.
Sorry, I was level 2. I couldn't invade. I would just die.
Ah, that's not on you, bro. It's just Aladdin. Crazy pressure, bro.
Yep.
I saw the tornado right there. He's level 5.
See if he wants to jump again.
Oh, Odin just jumped.
Gank right lane.
Gank
In
right.
the bush.
Rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
For what? Attack. Being better than you?
I'll just back. Kinda sucks I had to back this early. Would have liked to finish my item on first back, but I didn't really respect the bird bomb damage, which I definitely should have.
It's time. Free yourself.
This has to be the best Aladdin player I've ever played against.
It's Nika, bro. He's the world champion.
An enemy has been slain.
He was literally the last world champion. That's my
That's a lot of wishes though he's done early. He has fed for it, but
Your middle tower is under attack.
I would have been cooked there as well if I didn't end up just touching the ult.
Your
I bet he's streaming right now.
under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
God dang, it's so windy today, I can just hear it slap like, against my walls. It's kind of crazy.
Gank left lane. Enemies in middle lane.
Why don't I see his name? He just doesn't have a name, okay.
On my way.
Let's see if he has TP. Yeah, I would expect
Oh,
it.
she's on the tower.
Missing metal. Careful, they're walking right into.
Still coming left, watch out. Oh, he's in the lamp, shit.
Will die
Very
there.
good top.
Enemy missing middle.
They're probably gonna go gold.
Yeah, I'm walking up.
Enemy missing.
No problem.
If he didn't have shell, he just dies.
Ally has been slain.
Enemies in middle lane. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Enemies in middle lane.
Wait. Your middle tower is under attack. Very good.
Now the big question. Probably just gonna have to still go Nemean. I don't really think I could change my build. It just sucks that it's a split, like magic jungle and a physical ADC. Or ADC solo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, he's wrong team. I am sorry. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies in left lane.
Fuck man, I gotta stop trying. I'm suffering from helper syndrome here. I really want to help them out because I don't think they can really kill Aladdin here without me.
Ooh, yay! So much enthusiasm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But I need my ult to help out if I want to.
He's just gonna climb the wall and walk out. Trying to enter, but
If he pops Nemean, I don't want to fight him.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm too far behind to fight anybody.
the only thing you can do against Aladdin is pick up Elix.
Your left tower is under attack.
Maybe stand in front of me before he's gonna block me. I'm just dead now. Thank you, Amy.
Your left tower is
Stand in front of me so he doesn't block me, man. What the fuck? Nice job, Apollo. He's one shot. Fuck. And there is. Oh, bad. Good fight for you.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll defend right lane.
Rain shall wash them away. Oh, they heal like a
That sucks. I didn't realize he was actually still low. I had still my mess up.
Enemy missing right.
middle.
That's so unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
Tip the scales.
What the fuck is this?
Alright, let's grab some protection into him as well.
Like, how lucky can he be? He literally hit me with the ult as he was 1 HP.
Yeah, and then he just transforms and off HP again.
But my Baron isn't right though.
That's bullshit.
It's definitely a bit unlucky that he wasn't finished off there.
I wish I picked Aspect.
Your middle tower is under
Could be
Oh, of course.
more
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah,
It's good on this. Starts pinging the jungler every time he dies.
Your left tower is under attack.
What do you want me to do? If you want me to do something, just tell me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behind him.
Your left tower is under
Oh,
attack.
okay. I'm in. I'm on my way. Did he jump?
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, that's perfect time for me that he jumps. It's not gonna happen,
Gank
but
left lane.
let's see. Red down. Fuck.
I was no ult.
Your left tower is under
Enemy
attack. Ally has been slain.
I should probably stop focusing so much on Nodin,
Enemy has been slain.
because I kind of want my alpha rotation.
I'm just getting dove that. Like fucking on cooldown if I don't have support with. Standing in our own jungle, bro.
On my way.
Your middle tower
Got ult.
very strong. Oh, you move like a
Be right
That's such a weird dive.
Nowhere to run.
And he gets reset up.
Surely we get the Aladdin here on a 3v1, right?
enemy
Nice.
has been slain.
That's a slow switch. Good. Are they not in gold? I don't know.
Outgank left lane.
Careful. Aladdin mid.
Be careful, middle. I'm going for jungle buff.
I'm gonna grab speed and then attack.
Ah, it's so annoying that the creeps came. I wanted to
Too
go
slow without it.
above, but oh well. Just unfortunate timing. And then Kernless didn't really give a shit, he just backed. Still think I could probably take Artemis in the 1v1. I just gotta be careful. All really depends on how Neemin is used.
Aladdin is right here.
Enemy missing right.
Gank left lane.
Aladdin's coming, but my mid tower is gone.
On my way.
Retreat.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's so annoying, man. At least that means Sobek dies early.
Rain shall wash them away.
Behind the tower, boys. 2 low kills.
I'm trying to get down.
On my way. Yank! Enemy spotted.
They're DPing out. No,
I'm teleporting.
Two gold.
Yep, they teleported. Let's go.
I can't stay. I let him.
Upload on back. You can stay.
On my way.
Oh, Alden's still around.
Bottom is right now.
Let me fish for him.
That's oh, Aladdin is right there. Fuck. We can't do it with him. Oh, we need a. Oh. That's a jump. Maybe we can chase him now.
Your right
I'll
tower
push mid,
is
actually.
under attack.
Oh, never mind. Still here. He has his wall ready.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemies incoming middle.
Falling back!
Enemies incoming left.
I need help. I need help.
At least I should get this guy.
Got no cooldowns. And he cancels my shield.
Yeah, yeah. We just go.
Retreat left lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Just ult out if you can.
Artemis ult down.
Okay.
Sobek has no ult.
Let's go on Art.
Oh, yeah. I'm too far behind. Oh.
I feel like it's weird. Every time I'm against an Odin, they always rotate way too much. And this is what happens when you don't get anything out of it. Like, it just falls behind. But it's still annoying. Because Odin just
Maybe
has
grab
that
the Naga.
big bit ult impact.
Yep.
Take this jungle bomb.
Your left tower.
Oh, it's
is under
physical
attack.
Aladdin, actually. Okay.
I'll take one of those. Be right
So at least that means you should get one shot by the one going into late game team fights at least. That's nice.
back. Enemy missing right. Be careful middle.
Yes. Be right back. Attack the Gold Fury. Set up an ambush here.
If he's
Well,
walking up, I'm a little
I'm
skeptical.
still
I
a
feel
little
like
bit
Aladdin
behind
could
'cause
be around.
Am I farming left lane or?
I'm ulting over. Kukulkan is right. We should fight this.
Just waiting for a freeze or something. Oh,
Good job. Just go gold, don't chase.
I have no ulti.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold.
Do we want to fight or just defend?
No, just go back.
We can fight if they
Pyro.
stay. Yeah, we should just
We
go
shouldn't
right.
chase them. It's
Or
waste
Pyro.
of time.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Pyro maybe.
I'm backing. I have option.
Right.
Demon, just let the wave come. Do not push that, bro. What do you want to do in mid when there's a soul back here waiting? Stop hitting the wave, bro. Soul back block down.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Holy fuck, how many traps does she have?
Like 14. What the fuck?
11 beats.
Nice. Can we do pyro?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
gotta do pyro
good
at
call.
least.
Okay.
Also, when you maybe can tank it.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Other than wall. Other than wall down. We kill him. Just win. Oh, we don't. What the fuck is that damage? Oh my god. That got us so stupid.
Thunderbolts of lightning.
Well, I can't believe everyone allowed that to happen.
That's something else.
Yeah, I even hit my 3 and my 2, and he still survived that.
That's so unfortunate.
That's a free fire for them.
Yeah. I think I need still need a divine ruin just
For who?
Generally, people
for
just
Nika.
like,
Nika, Aladdin.
people gotta
If
get
that
way
would go.
better at pre-beatsing
Yeah,
the
but
Artemis.
heal ain't that
He
much.
heals a
Aladdin
lot,
ults,
bro.
because
He heals
right
a
there,
lot.
The enemy team
Kernels
has
does beats.
destroyed the
He just did it way
pyramid.
too late. Like, there's a big charge up for the Aladdin ult, you know? Just pre-beats. Right there, he insta-dies if he doesn't get his ult off.
Enemy spotted.
And he's so powerful inside of his ult. So, like, that shouldn't have been the case at all. That he actually ends up surviving that.
Can we just defend now? One stand in the middle. There's 3 foot.
Yes. Retreat.
Oh, yeah.
They're probably gonna go gold.
Yeah,
Just
I
let
can do
them. I'll see if I can push or something.
it. Yeah.
Retreat.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, let him push.
Like, just don't fight. I have no reason to rotate. Just
Retreat.
Yes.
fall back.
I have UEV for you. Do we want me to pop it or not?
Oh, they're probably on gold, so probably not needed.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Retreat.
Aladdin's in rank. We should be fine.
I can swap it over.
Nah, I don't really want to fight him. He has dagger as well.
Yeah, exactly. Follow still has ults.
The pyro
All left.
has arrived.
I'm gonna try Serrated.
Your left tower is under attack.
We're gonna fight
It's
this
a
in
fun
left though,
goal,
since
yeah.
Aladdin is in rank.
Or he may have
know.
teleported.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, Paladin's left us as well. Fuck.
Oh, nice. That guy. That's good. That's good. Just save yourself now. If they get Phoenix, it's fine. Just go heal. Go heal.
Yes.
Artemis was way too low, I think, to do something. Odin is a mid.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I want to look for him.
On my way. Attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down!
There's the
Let's go, bro.
spirit. That'll come in handy.
Just get ready for fire now. It's spawning pretty soon.
That's Odin ult.
Fuck it.
Cool.
Guess I'm ulting just in case. This could be big, and it could just be for his survivability. Let's see.
I have to go back. I'm like half HP. Oh, I'll let him know.
Oh!
Get out, get out, get out.
Get up. Retreat.
Retreat!
Don't try to fight him.
That's his ult at least.
Yeah, why do I even step up, man?
Very strong. No, he's not getting the chaka!
That's so annoying, man. People are just making such bad calls. That's probably the end.
That's probably GG.
Yeah.
We do have a completely useless ADC though, I will say that.
Your middle tower.
I don't feel like he's doing anything.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your right
Tragic.
tower is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Yeah, Nika pretty much just, I mean, he played out this all on his own, to be fair. Well, Artemis did well too. Sobek had some decent plugs here and there, and the Odin ult was, you know, just Odin ult.
Justice was served. By
Enjoy the death
me.
queues, thanks Dark. Appreciate the raid, man. They're definitely rough this early. Ugh. I mean, this is also real bad, I'm not gonna lie. That's not great mage damage. The Odin damage, though, is also pretty funny. Alright, hopefully the next one goes a bit better. Let me check how much I actually need for Apollo here. Can't be that much anymore. Shit, it's still so much! I still fucking 117, man. It's because I'm not winning on it, isn't it? It's because I cannot win on this fucking pick. Right? I won the last one, actually. No, this one was a surrender. Yeah, I can't fucking win on the Apollo. That's why. I'm not getting any worshippers. But, like, what do you even pick to actually win a solo? Because I still feel like you have to rely on your team for the majority of it. And if I don't pick a hyper carry for late game, I might just be giving up my early game, and then I don't know, man. It's tough. I still feel like solo is so annoying to carry from. You have to have such a big presence while still making sure that your lane isn't getting too pushed. You can't just leave lane. I mean, you're also just risking falling too far behind if you rotate too much and not getting killed all of it. It's too much farm in that fucking lane. Pele seems to be rolling on my games. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely a good snowball character. But I think a lot of like the assassins can do that. If I really want to snowball a game, I think I should play something like Thor. Because it's so easy for him to just go for a quick gank, look for a quick ult, get maybe a kill, and then get back out, go back to lane type thing. Which is why I think the Apollo is nice too, right? It's for the rotation power. And it's not like it didn't work this game. I was getting solo kills in my own lane, and I was rotating and getting kills there too. But I mean, obviously the outlier here was that Nika was playing Aladdin. It's just a ticking time bomb. Once that Aladdin comes online, it's cooked. And we just threw that one, to be honest. Like Nem just went completely out of position, got caught. Everyone else got helper syndrome, tried to help people out, and died for it. I was kind of the only one trying to play a bit selfish and stay back, but yeah. By the time I rotated in, it was to try and see if I could help out as well. So I mean, I suppose I even got helper syndrome in that scenario. We did better than I expected. I'll say that. I didn't actually expect us to even have a chance of winning that game. Just when I looked at players, I didn't recognize a single person on my team. I recognized 3 on the enemy team, and that's generally a terrible sign when we have so little of a player base. If you don't recognize any names, it generally means they're not very high, or at least in the usual games. I would say I had fun though. I mean, at least I had a team that was somewhat nice. I mean, the duo lane was seemed a little mad, mainly on the Kuna's part, but he wasn't saying anything. He was just pinging like crazy. Like mid and jungle had some good communication. It was fun to listen to in my head. I like that stuff. They did their best. I think that's what this is all about. Can't win them all either way. But yeah, I've seen a few Pale events. Like, I actually have, surprisingly. But I mean, I do get it. She's incredibly difficult to deal with when she gets fed. What the fuck am I doing here? I pressed the wrong button. So I definitely get it. And she's got some insane one-shot potential, and she's got so much fucking healing. And she's definitely a character that I'm not very familiar with. Like, maybe I'll have to play her a bit more, now that she actually has a frontline aspect. Maybe. Maybe I'll get a chance. And maybe I'll even get a feel for her. Maybe she's actually really fun to me. I just haven't really played her much. I've mentioned it before, but like in Smite 2, she's probably the god that I know the least of. That I've also just played the least. Usually, like, at least with the OG gods, obviously a lot of the newer gods I feel this way about. And she's not really new anymore, but she is one of those gods where I never really had like a period of time where I just really enjoyed playing it. That usually happens, even with the weirdest of gods. In Smite 2, I've had periods where I enjoyed playing fucking Aphrodite. Like, it's the weirdest thing, because there's like my most hated god in Smite 1. I never played her. But even in Smite 2, I have now a little bit. But Pele has never really been there, so it might just be time for me to try it out. I will just have to figure out how I want to build it. Because there is 0 muscle memory for her in me at all. Maybe today is the day where I play some Pele. I imagine now would be the time to do it as well while Serrated is good. I think I'll build that shit even on the tank aspect. It just feels too powerful. Am I even trying to dodge anything? What the fuck? These queues are really long though, which is pretty fucking annoying. Well, we seem pretty stacked on this team, I would say. What the fuck is on the enemy team? Who's trying to trade? I'll pass. No ADC for me, if I can avoid it. I've grown to like ADC a little bit more in Smite 2, but not much. Like I still just don't really like the role. Until they fix the laning, I'm not gonna enjoy it. Oh my god, this fucking I gotta stop going on this track. It's so uneven. I gotta pick something. No, man, the dodge. God damn it. That sucks. Oh man. Me and Nika are rarely on the same team. When it happens, we get dodged, man. Oh, these fucking rocks. Stop spawning in front of me. This map is very pink. Kinda hurts my eyes. My sensitive, poor eyes. It's like I'm trying to hit everything. How the game's been? Only done one so far, and it was pretty rough. But that's partly because we met Nika and Aladdin. Pretty much the only reason why they won that game. He kind of soloed us once we hit late game. I was playing Apollo, so I didn't really have any choice. I could peel for myself, but that's about it. Though in reality, it's just that we threw. Like our jungler just went a bit too far up, got caught, and then it just kind of escalated from there. And we lost off with that single team fight, even though we were actually kind of in the winning position. What the fuck? There's so much shit. Smaps, man. Oh my god. Good thing I have so much healing. Oh. Almost missed the fucking end. The rank experience, pretty much, yeah. I mean, this one was, to be fair, honestly one of the better games. You could tell there was a few people that probably shouldn't have been in that game, but still. Even so, it was actually pretty even. I don't think I can really be complaining about that game. It just sucks that we lost it when we were that far ahead. Or not even ahead, we were just like in the lead. We were in the... we were about to push. That's about it. We were about to push, one went too far up, got caught, that's it. Got a little too overconfident. And everyone else got helpless syndrome, and then I was left alone and I died. That's pretty much what happened. It went so well until then. But I think games like that should be appreciated more than hated. Because at least it wasn't like a stomp. Like those types of games are fun, you know? People want to win, and I obviously get that. Some people cannot have fun unless they're winning. But just think about how much worse it could be. I don't want to win 10-minute stomps. I don't think that's very fun. Maybe it's just because I'm solo as well, that often those 10-minute stomps aren't really because I'm winning my lane, it's because solo or duo, or not solo, mid and jungle as well as duo are just smacking their lane super hard. If I win a 10-minute surrender, it's just because I've been AFK, you know? Rarely is it because of me. Let's get you away. Yeah, actually it's alright right now, Okami. Right now the heat is very chill. It's been raining all of yesterday, and so far it's been pretty cool today as a result of that. So it's very manageable today. I'm actually kind of chilly, to be honest. I'm sitting here in tank tops and shorts as usual, but I like it. I like that I'm not just sweating my ass off. Also means that I might stream a little longer today as a result of that, because usually it's because I get a headache a lot if I just sit with a headset and I feel really hot. Usually just leads to a headache, so we'll see. Maybe I'll end up doing a bit of a longer stream today. Also depends on how much I enjoy playing Smite. That's also a factor, obviously. Sometimes I'm gonna just feel like I got enough. It'll probably just end up being the usual like length today, to be honest. I still want to make dinner at a good time, so I suppose I can't make it that much longer. I did start a little bit later today than I wanted to. Dude, why are these queues so long, man? Okay, there we go. Got it. Just had to bitch a little bit. It's a classic. Works every time. I mean, we might get really stacked on here. If this is gonna be the same players, at least. Let me just open Nika's stream real fast. Did he get a game? No, he doesn't even have a game. Okay, well, that's really weird then. Dude, what? How is he not... Okay, something's fucked up with the queues, man. What's happening? Why would he not get into this queue? You excited for Wukong coming? Yeah, I am. I hope he's fun. Like, right now I'm a bit skeptical, because I love Guan Yu. But I didn't enjoy Guan Yu when he came, so I hope that Wukong is different. Let's just ban Kali. Kali.
Select your god.
I'm trying to think, like, what do I even feel like playing here? I might do that Thor game I was talking about. Like, Apollo's still open too. I could still just do that. Try and work towards that Radiant. Pele, I thought about it, but I feel like I need to at least sit with her in practice, because I can't play Pele. She might be the only god I would admit right now to not be able to play. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on that god. And I don't like just throwing myself into ranked. I feel like I'm gonna end up fucking it up, and I'm gonna be a liability. I don't want that to happen. But you know what? Actually, I'll just promise it right here. I will do Pele once today. Just one Pele game. I gotta do it. Because she's not hard to play. Like, I know what she does. I just don't have the muscle memory. So, like, when a specific panic situation pops up, I'm just gonna be standing there trying to think, what am I doing? Instead of actually just reacting. Which is what I mean by muscle memory. Like, if I play Thor, like, I know what to do if something happens, you know? I generally have an idea of how I should be reacting. On Pele, that just doesn't happen. Don't need to think to play Pele. I would do the tank aspect, though. I still don't know if it's better than base Pele, but I would probably end up doing the tank aspect in solo. And that I have not played at all, which just adds to the unknown. Am I stupid? No, never mind. We did trade. I was about to say, did we actually trade here? Chalk. Could go either way in this matchup. Also depends whether it's an aspect Chalk or not.
Drinking is for the halls.
It is aspect Chalk. That's better for me. While he will definitely do more damage, it gives me a chance to actually win the matchup. Non-aspect Chalk, I still think, is just better because the heal is so powerful, man. It's so underrated, I feel like. It's just that aspect Chalk, I think, is just way more fun. I love playing aspect Chalk late game. How tanky am I gonna go this game, though? I feel like I want at least 2 damage items.
How fortunate. Fine. That's too bad.
What even happened? That happened so fast.
How fortunate.
Nasty early invaders.
Minions have spawned.
Can also stack Prophetic and Phoenix Shield. Yeah, it's... I just have a problem with Phoenix Shield with the low prots it has. It's so awkward item for me. I just feel like I can never really make use of it very well. Like, even on Mordred where it's supposed to just the shit, you know? Fuck, I actually missed it. One auto too many. He's really scared.
The rain shall wash them away. Oh, very strong.
Don't know why he's playing so far back.
Retreat!
Oh, Chuck. You fucker.
Be careful left. Enemies in.
Alright, let's just get blue now. So many hungry. Thought I could do a bit more with that wall. Dude, he is so afraid. I don't know why he's this afraid. Maybe he's just not a soul laner. He's not been walking up. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy Phoenix Shield much more once it, well, until they buff it, I guess. It's just 15 protections is nothing, man. It's so low.
Enemy has been
That does
slain.
honestly nothing. So you would only really buy it for the passive. And I can't say I would do that right now. I think other items are just more valuable. I could see it on Thor, though. I will say that. It's definitely not something I would say is bad on Thor. But as a Mordred lover, I have just, at this point, learned to feel like it's worse than everything else.
Shimmering radiance.
Well, this is gonna be a real fucking boring matchup if he's gonna never walk up like this. Like, not even a little bit. My guy is standing all the way back. Sniffing grass.
That's too bad.
There's the fucking Raw here. That's a Raw jungle.
Enemies have returned to base.
Okay. Like, is that Raw April or something? Another rename?
Be right back.
Let's just group them up a bit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Be right back. Ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Rain shall wash them away.
He's just so anti-melee. Classic Jock.
Godly wrath.
Okay, I mean, I think it kind of confirms that he is really afraid. He does not want to fight. My guy with his fucking ults. Second I get on top of him, man. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. I'm going for jungle buff. Thanks. Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming left. Enemy missing left. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy
Just wanna fight! It's so boring! I didn't pick Thor to farm.
Left tower is under attack.
He can fight me. He just pokes, then he goes in when the time is right. He says no. No, I don't. I don't do any of that. Oh, get him. Get him. Oh.
Curses! Your left tower is under attack. Down upon you. Sustain an enemy. Ultimate is ready. Retreat! Enemy missing.
Be right back.
He got back in time. Damn. So balls it back.
Ultimate is ready.
The guy has a lead. Does he have a lead? I think he's just farming. I mean, he's 1-2. So I don't know. I think he is just farming.
Hasta la vista, amigo. And the rain shall wash them away. Follow me. Ooh, an ally missing right.
Where did he go? Oh, I guess he took my backs and backed.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Fucking hell. TP, would you?
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Godly wrath, shimmering radiance.
But yeah, I can definitely tell him. Either he's not really a solo player, or he's just, yeah, not that good, I guess. Dude, why the fireworks outside now? That's crazy.
Amigo. I'll gank left way. The rain shall wash them away. Cancel that.
Karate.
Let me get the assist. Walking so far for this.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, I might as well just go full damage at this point, right? Fuck this. Why not? I maybe go full damage with like a Magi's Cloak.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing right. Godly wrath.
Ultimate is ready.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Okay.
Enemy missing right.
Really want to help left.
Oh, your left tower is under attack.
Fuck, man, it's just too late now. It's not too late, actually.
Ultimate is ready.
I could have, but once again, just risking Losing everything. What is this guy doing? He loves his farm. He cannot lose it. Must get minions outside of tower.
Your left tower.
He's going full tank as well. Legitimately, right now he would win trades.
Your middle
If we tried to fight, he would win them. If you can hear me, Jack, fight me. You would win. Trust.
Be right back.
Still though, that's really weird. Aspect Chuck going tank is not what I would have expected. Traditionally not really what's good.
The rain shall wash them away.
Like, it might look like I'm winning these trades, but that's purely because he isn't fighting back.
Enemy spotted. Ally has been slain.
Down.
An enemy has been slain.
Gank right lane.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, that's so annoying. He baited me. Uller here too? Wait, is that Uller jungle? No, it's mid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What do I buy? Movement speed?
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I feel like I have to go Hydras. It's just too good. Like, I feel my boredom of this game is definitely affecting my judgment.
Your right tower is under attack.
I want to fight so badly that that was enough to stop me from backing. When I should have just fucking backed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate down. The rain shall
I mean, I
wash
don't-
them away.
Yeah,
Your left
whatever.
tower is under attack.
They're winning that so heavily over there, I don't need to overstate. What would be the point?
Under attack. An enemy has been slain. Attack the your middle tower is restored. Your middle tower is under attack. Glory.
Ultimate
I wasn't actually sure how the interaction would be, so I guess he will still knock me up because of his silence. I was thinking maybe I could immune the knock up, but still get silenced.
The rain shall wash them away.
tower is under
Maybe I can regen enough HP to just stick around. Or lifesteal. Or maybe not.
Wait! Wait!
I freely admit the mistake was mine.
Wild!
Ultimate is ready. Enemy spotted. To the face. Take this jungle buff. Okay. Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready. I'll attack
Enemy
middle
spotted.
lane. I'll attack middle lane. Attack. Enemy missing.
It's good healing as long as I'm not getting hit myself there.
Behind us. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. An enemy has been slain.
It still hit me, man. God damn.
I'll heal that in the morning.
Ow. Let's get this now. Before I end up regretting it. Rest will just go damage. I have no reason to go fucking tank, honestly. It's not fun.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies behind us.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Ultimate is ready.
Tusky, you asshole. I can't believe you fucking blocked the auto.
Shut down, Jace.
Your right tower is under attack.
Slain an enemy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Godly wrath. Where the shifting sands. Attack fire giant. Need healing.
I'll definitely say I'm not used to playing Thor. Basically full damage.
Ally has been slain.
Ew! Corrodi!
Probably shouldn't stun him either. He does a spirit robe, so it just heals even more.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Godly wrath. On my way.
Enemy missing.
I don't think they need me, man. Surely they don't need me.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. To the base. Be right back. Little legs ready.
This Chuck is like the opposite of what I've met in my past few games, where they just refuse to stay in lane, they just fucking leave. They're out. This guy refuses to ever leave. He lives here.
Attack fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
That's great.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Shimmering radiance. Range to wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your team destroyed the fire.
The latest bomb I've ever seen.
On my way.
Attack.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Right attack.
That's help.
It's so weird that the queue split. Because I actually think this could have been really funny. Because like Nika was still in queue. I assume that Feli was still in queue. Like, they were just still in queue when this game fucking popped. It's so weird. Instead, we're running around with, like, I don't even know. Like, I guess, like, no, not to be mean to the Chuck, but like, he's definitely seemed very confused in lane.
Ultimate is down. Ew. Roadie.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Oh, they hit like a baby. Your wickedness is not here. Erase and wash them away. Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Your left tower is under attack.
Like, his range just isn't a threat because he's full tank. He doesn't do any damage with that. You might as well just go healing then.
Has arrived.
It's kind of no point in going for aspect if you're not gonna go tank.
Your
Or
left
if you are gonna
tower
go tank.
is under attack.
Unfortunate.
Enemy has been slain.
Didn't even see the air result.
Ew. Roadie. See ya. Mwah.
Your left tower is under attack. Range shall wash them away.
fucking end.
Retreat! Sorry. Holy rock! Crispy! Oh, wait! Crispy!
No, trap, why?
Enemy has been slain. Retreat! Aploso!
Think he dies. Surely. Need ult, go! Yeah.
Rain shall wash them away.
Wild! Ew! Corrody!
Let's end this game, boys, before we throw it.
No!
Your right tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
Attack fire giant! Enemy missing!
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Enemy has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Good thing I took bomb.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. An enemy has left the game. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Bye. It has been an honor.
Can't really say I feel like I did much this game. I just existed throughout the team fights. That's some good walls, though. But that's kind of just what Thor brings. Damage Thor is so much more fun, though. Like, maybe I just gotta go a bit more hybrid than I did in that game, but Damage Thor is just... I guess damage dealers as a whole is just a lot more enjoyable for me in ranked at the moment. Because tanks just don't feel good once late game team fighting begins. You don't do any damage and you just get one shot. It just feels so bad. Bro, where did everyone else go? Man, am I against everyone on my team? From the last one? That'd be bad. Maybe I try Pele in this game, yeah? I mean, what have I got to lose?
Select your god.
This one might be dodged, I suppose. And maybe that's okay. I can't say I would mind that. I'm a little scared of what we might be against in this game. And I kind of feel like there's a few red flags on ours. Or in my team here. Without naming any names. Haven't seen a lot of Hakate lately. I still feel like she's alright. She's definitely not played very much, but I mean, I suppose it's also just that she's very easy to deal with for most junglers, and now junglers are very good. It is a magic-only shield that she's got after all. That doesn't really help into an assassin one-shotting you. Hmm. They have a very strange comp as well. I feel like Aegis might be good for me here. But at the same time, I feel like I'm Pele, right? So I should... I don't have Aspect! No! I fucked up! How could I do this?
Hello guys, hello Olympiso.
Do I... Do... I fucked up. What do I build now? Still think I'll do Warriors. Let's just do this. I mean, I'll just have to go Assassin then. Fuck. Oh well. I doubt the Aspect is gonna be why I fuck
Yo,
up.
what's good, Curdy? You Indian? Berkeley? No. Okay, okay, good. I don't want to play with stinky people.
Very stinky, very stinky. When was last time you shower? Tell me, tell me. If you don't tell me, I keep.
I'm gonna have to mute this guy. I feel like he's gonna talk the whole game.
Minions have spawned.
And he's very loud. I wish I could turn up and down someone specifically, because I can tell you guys right now, it's on 10. If I turn it all the way down, I can't hear them anymore. It's really, really badly made. There's not really much I can do about that, unfortunately. Wait, what did I miss? The fuck? Did I miss a small creep, maybe? On the buff? Why am I not able to? Hello, Big Dick Boat. Good to see you, man. I actually don't see my emotes enough in my chat. I know I only have one sub, which is you at the moment. But sometimes I have a lot, you know? Sometimes people give some subs, and nothing's being used, alright? I put effort into some of those emotes. Just not the one you made, or the one you linked. That's just the PNG. Some of them were actually, like, you know, drawn by my friend. Mostly the angry cat related ones. I think it's just one. Now that I think about it. And then a few emote faces of me back when I had hair. That's not the case anymore.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Probably that's probably one of the worst, most boring things I could have met playing this Pele. Should have banned it, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Couldn't actually tell. Did I get XP for that? I think I did. I must have. Definitely felt like I was close enough.
Your middle tower is under attack. wash them away.
Just getting a feel for how she is again. Do we need to go attack speeds?
Enemy missing right.
You are fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Triple kill. Ooh. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, I wish I went aspect. Can't believe I forgot. That's why I picked her. Yeah, those are disconcerting. Tragic. Fair.
Be careful, middle. I'll attack left lane.
Your left tower.
Honestly, I kind of forgot some of my emotes.
Enemy missing right.
An enemy has been slain.
Seriously?
Because I just don't see them in much anymore. I don't really look at them myself, you know.
Double kill.
I'm lucky right now that Apollo isn't rotating more. Because my team is fighting a lot and they're winning, like by a hair. If Apollo rotated, they might have been cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Ooh, ally has been slain.
Annoying me.
Enemy missing.
Any Pele enjoyers that know what I should be building on this god?
Oh, he's low.
Crusher? This early though?
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, I assume Hydra is also fine. Like, Hydra is just really good in general. I need something that is a bit more impactful early game. I'll get Crusher once I guess that the passive can be... Hydra is terrible to proc on ult. That's fine, I just need it for poke. I'll just use it for the other abilities.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
I can see why Hydra's isn't that good in her though. I'll just buy it now because I bought the items, but...
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Unless I can build something else into these... I don't know. I wish they had the old system, man. When I press this shit, I want to see what other options I have.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Seriously?
It's just a really ball-boring matchup. I think I should be rotating, actually. Not even him.
The rain shall wash them away.
It's good that Apollo isn't.
Enemy has been slain.
sucks.
Fury enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is ready.
At least that's good. Now I know I can all out him like that. Just don't really have the damage to finish it off. Trance Crusher. Let's push it right, actually. Yeah, fine. I just don't like trance at the moment. Kinda late, I feel like, to start stacking, but let's just do it. No, I cannot do Crusher with this. Can I? Yeah, no, Crusher isn't a part of that. What do you lead into that could be useful for me? Like, Tekokaki might be the only one. I'll just have to do that for now. Yeah, I think I'd rather do Tekokaki than... like, the movement speed feels nice on her, so I'll do Teko.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, the component building is terrible. Yeah, honestly, I didn't mind it in the beginning, but now it feels really ass. Because they minimized it so much. I kind of think they removed the parts that made it fun. Or interesting. Like, now they're just kind of reverting back to what it was in Smite 1, but now it's just worse than it was in Smite 1.
Attack. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the left enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, maybe this would be more fun if I did any damage to this Apollo who just misses me when I get close, you know? Maybe it's really fun when I start rotating, I don't know. Right now I'm not really having a whole lot of fun though.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
This is how.
My ult's up so soon, I hate this! Oh, it just came up, dude, that's so fucking troll. I can't believe my ult literally comes up as I die. Fuck you, ult. I hate you, man. Savory Syndrome might end up getting them all killed. Ah, looks good. I mean, at least I got the kill, which is nice. So I don't really lose necessarily anything from that rotation, but we obviously lost that fight.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Fuck. What about a Heartseeker? Surely Heartseeker is good on anything right now. I'll do Crusher next, and then maybe Heartseeker then. I understand why people hate me when I play Apollo. I do. okay. Guess there's a Susano here. I just don't feel like I'm doing any damage. Looks pretty cooked anyway. Like, my support is, you know, obviously just a Vulcan. We don't actually have a tank, I just realized. Well, never mind. What?
Your right tower is under
Dude, what even happened? I guess that guy just was forced to go support. Never mind, we have a support. We might have a chance. I haven't really been looking at what's been going on in this game. Yeah, the miss is super annoying. There's not really much you can do. But... Thing is, I mean, that wouldn't really change with him being an ADC. It's just, he's easier to kill as an ADC. But the problem is, it's always been so anti-melee. He's just not fun to deal with, no matter what. He's never been. It's just the Paul in a nutshell.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack fire giant. Your right tower is under attack.
Who is... Is that their ADC? And their support is... Okay, their support is Murdo. I see what's happening.
Enemies have returned to base.
Enemy has been slain. Attack fire giants in left lane.
Enemies in left lane. Attack fire giant.
Attack fire giant.
Enemy ultimate down.
We did small, I guess, but... I was thinking we could just do a big one, to be honest. Whatever.
Apollo ult and Rubus ult.
Defend the gold fury.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy
And they still got gold, man. Fucking hell. What's the chance of also just meeting Susano there? I guess he was the one clearing stuff in the back. It's so unfortunate. He is running. I still feel like I just don't do that much damage. I don't know. Oof, he's got some healing on him. Guess I'm rotating again, boys.
Ultimate is down. Beware the shifting sand.
Because we're just not attacking. It's weird, like I feel like I do no damage. This is a full damage Susano. I'm not doing any damage to him. I know he's pretty fat, I mean he's 20 now, but... Even when we fought him before, when I was what, 16 and he was 18? Before the fight at Gold?
destroyed.
No, Anubis was mid and Merlin was support. It's a full tank Merlin. And Anubis is just Anubis. He just has a bunch of anti-healing, or lifesteal I should say.
Ultimate is down.
Is no one warding though? Fuck me. I gotta try and see if I can get a ward down then. Okay, at least they're doing that. Should be safe. Be safe. Probably should have had Crusher in this game too, because I cannot... No way in hell I'm gonna ever 1v1 Anubis either, if we don't have anti-healing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemy ultimate
Your
down.
team has destroyed a right, and your middle Phoenix is under attack. Enemies in the left flank.
Gubus ult, and I think Barry ult too.
Man, I don't know, I'm just doing all the damage. Odin isn't really doing anything, it feels like. But it means a full damage Odin. It's not. It's kind of what I would have expected. Still.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
That keeps us in the game a bit. So let's grab this and focus on Heartseeker. They just have a pretty annoying comp as well to deal with. As a Pele, I would say, because they don't have a front line. They're just all backliners with high burst or like incredibly good self peel. I don't like them top damage though. I feel like I haven't done anything this game. I could probably ult spam a bit, surely. It's pretty low cooldown.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Classic. Yeah, doesn't matter. I guess I gotta ban Bari as well in lower elo, because in lower elo they know how to play Bari. Anyone does though. It's just in helping Pele's case, boys. I still don't like her. She just doesn't for me. I feel like I don't do anything. But I think a lot of that also comes from playing solo. She's just way better early on in the jungle than she would be in solo. She just gets pressured by anything in solo. As a result, you just end up falling further behind. Oh, huge damage. Yeah, I mean, that's really well played by my team. I don't mind getting carried. I'll take it. I'm definitely the most useless player on the team at the moment. I could maybe be more useful if I could actually fight with them, rather than coming late to the fight and get one shot.
Enemy spotted.
Ow.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm actually gonna focus on this first before I finish up my Heart Seeker.
Group up, attack Fire Giant. Enemies in left lane.
Didn't expect 3 of them there. I was like, if Merlin wants to be aggressive, I'll take the fight into a support Merlin. At least it's a 1-for-1. Won't be for long though. Not my best game here, but it is what I expected when I played Pele.
Enemies at the Fire Giant. If you have power, you do not need luck.
Get there, steal it again. Like, I don't even know who I could even 1v1 in their team. It would be different if it had Aspect? Yeah, maybe. But like, Aspect wouldn't help my damage. And I need damage to deal with, like, the Anubis and everything. I feel like it's more of a combo problem. Not combo, comp problem. Like, I met Apollo, arguably the worst matchup you can meet as a melee in solo right now. You're just not gonna have fun, you can't play the game. They have Anubis, and Bari as a backline. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do against that? Like, no front line can deal with that. Like, I don't feel like the Pele is bad, it's just that fucking shit that they have. Go away, you shit things.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
That's a big fight. It sucks we lost mid Phoenix.
Ultimate is down. The rain shall wash them away. DSA!
That's huge.
Attack right tower.
On my way. Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
That's so annoying, man. How tanky is he? Does he have shell too? Is that what? Yeah, it's fucking shell. This jab of ISO as well. Ugh. I fucked up, man. Aww. He probably lives if he hit that stun. It's ballsy. Wants to gank from behind, I guess.
An enemy has been slain.
Huge.
Your Titan is
I'm not sure it
under
changes
attack.
anything, but... Ugh.
By the way, I never swap again.
Defeat.
That's the daily Pele game. I mean... Never ban Apollo. Apollo was the least of the issues on that team. It was only a problem for me in the early game. Honestly, I don't think Apollo did anything in those team fights. I think the Onin jungle low damage output was the main issue. It felt like I was the assassin and he was the support, or like tank, but he wasn't tanky. It's pretty much what that felt like. Go away, what the fuck is that pop-up? Fuck. Alright, back to things I know how to play. I just can't really get a feel for Pele. Once again, I mean, I fucked up by not going Aspect. That was kind of why I picked her, but... I think that game wouldn't have changed with me going Aspect, you know? Maybe I'm wrong. We'll never know, but... That was just the vibe I was getting. I feel a bit bad for Vulcan. Like, he played really well late game. He was making some pretty big plays. Maybe I'll do an Aladdin game.
Select your god.
An Aladdin game. Yeah, let's do Aladdin. Really? An early dodge? Fuck. Well, better early than late. I also, for some reason, feel like I've been getting baby gamed. Like, my elo is not that low. Or my SR. Maybe it is. Don't really know where everyone else is at. But it feels like the queue suddenly decided to just split. And now I'm somewhere I don't know where the fuck is. Away from everyone else. All the fun games. All the fun lobbies. Name of the game? It's called Haste. H-A-S-T-E. Oh, ow. All those cacti. Getting in my way. Don't like any of these. Fuck it. Who is the best god in solo for you? Like, critically, I would say it's Hades. For me specifically, I mean, probably Apollo. It's kind of the god I'm playing the most lately. And he's probably, like, he's just really good. Like, Apollo and Hades are probably just the best solo leaders, like, in general at the moment. For ranked, anyway. For competitive, it would be a bit different. Are you winning, son? I am not, Wolfie. I am not. Not today. Missed the queue because I forgot to re-queue. Fair. Yeah, it's been some rough games today, Wolfie.
Select your god.
It's not my day. Do I do bots? Start playing it again. Just giving it a chance after like 8 months. I think it's pretty fun at the moment. Like, I'm personally slightly tired, but that's because I'm running out of things to play. But I do think Smite 2 is in a decent spot at the moment. Comparatively speaking to some other metas. And right now we're very much in a jungle meta. They just buffed all the assassin strength items. So have fun. Aren't ADCs like really good in Smite 2? Not at the moment. Like, they were kind of nerfed. I still think they are good, but they were nerfed. Crit was really, really good until the last patch when they buffed Spectral. And now we're just seeing a resurgence in more ability-based hunters, like Neith and Uller, more than crit ADCs. So I wouldn't say they're really good anymore. Like, the best thing right now are definitely assassins. Mages are still really good. Tanks are dog shit for the most part. Well, tanks are alright. It's just me being, you know, a bitch about it. Tanks don't feel very good, but they aren't... I wouldn't say they're that bad. They're bad enough to the point where I don't feel like playing them very much. Yeah, no worries, LMCO. Like you're probably the only reason why we're still in that game. I played Pele to my better judgment. I don't like playing Pele very much, and then I forgot to go Aspect, which just made it even worse. Like a lot of that game was definitely on my lack of impact, but they also just had such an anti-melee comp. I couldn't really deal with any of them. Anubis would fuck me up. Apollo just messes me. Bari one-shots me. Like it was just a really bad comp for me to deal with as Pele. I don't think having Aspect would have made any difference for me. It just wasn't good. What do we got? Am I against Apollo again? No. I am against Pele, it seems. Do I need Shell this game? Shit, I might need Shell this game. I just realized. Yeah. It's a bit risky into all the knock-up bullshit they have. But I have to take the chance. Oh yeah, it's Black Day, yeah. I've seen him in Smite 2 a few times, but he hasn't played much recently. I don't recognize a lot of names in this lobby. But that happens a lot at the moment. Like, a lot of the high-tier players have just quit the game. So the matches at the moment are just...
Minions have spawned.
very varied in skill levels. Good luck, LMCO. Let's have a good one. Kind of forces me to stick around when I don't want to. Damn you, rage junglers. You always do this shit. Take the chair. It's a non-aspect Pele as well. And that's good for me, I guess. Not sure I could deal with aspect Pele, and I don't know how to deal with it, to be honest. I've met it once, and that was on Nika, and he kind of destroyed the shit out of me.
Got Aegis, by the way.
Jungle stars are blue, yes. Yes, they do. For the most part. Like, it's not the only start you can do, but the other starts are not as common.
Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Like, sometimes you have people invading, like they start on the enemy speed, because you always know the jungler starts on blue buff. Like, stuff like that, and then they gank duo early. It is just more safe to do this, because otherwise you might just be fucking up your soul laner. Not getting a blue early is... like, just the XP is really bad for you. That's her beats.
Using middle. Be careful left.
I guess not a big deal in ranked, but being able to have blue early. If you don't get blue, you won't hit level 2 on the wave. And then you might just lose. Like you can literally just lose lane off of just that if the soul laner knows how to take advantage of it. Because all the back cams and shit that you gotta take, like you just get invaded. You fall so far behind in XP. And it doesn't feel good.
Be careful right. Enemy ultimate down.
Gotta have enough mana for my blue. Team! How long do I need to bait him here? Fuck, man. Hopefully we get at least one of them, right? I was baiting him because I knew they were coming, man. That's really terrible that I didn't... I mean, they didn't get blue at least. That's something. This might not really make a big difference. It's just annoying.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Don't think I can fight as long as my ult is down. Or just wait. Can't really finish him off. Didn't even need my other abilities. Creeps did it for me. Oh, he ulted back into my ult. Was that what happened? I mean, who knows? The T-screen never works.
Your middle tower is
back.
under attack.
It bolt hit twice? Nice, man. That's great. Should thank her for that. Let's do Jotun's. What's happening a bit?
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yo, Capri, what are you the fuck doing, man?
I'm a little sad my boulder didn't double bounce where I tried to make it double bounce. It's a bit unfortunate, but I mean, that's just a good trade for me either way. I just had to bait enough time for my ult, and I'll at least get one kill. Damn, I'm kind of dead now.
Wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Run! I think I'm good.
Enemy has been slain.
You just healed so much, man. I didn't heal that much when I was playing. I'm just saying.
Your right tower
Feels a little rigged.
Enemy ultimate down.
She might be just beating my blue.
Right. Ultimate is ready.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta see if I can evade her stun.
Your right tower is under attack.
Jump. I'll take beats.
Nice job.
It's not even up.
Completed. Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack left lane. Completed.
Okay, my friend.
I'll attack right lane. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ready.
Rain to wash them away.
Enemies in the right don't attack.
I'll always take an all-out fight if I have my ult up. She heals so much though, it's actually insane how much she gets out of her ultimate. Actually, isn't blue up? It is. Might has a good brawlers, yeah. Aspect diff? Probably, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna go brawlers yet, at least, but I will do this. More damage? Probably. Fuck it.
Your middle tower.
Hercules, at least, is a very nice Hydra's item. Or Hydra's god. Definitely doing that. I might just do the same as I did on the Thor game, where I just go full damage and then go for a single.
Your left tower is under attack.
Is that a triple bounce? There we go. Let's go Magi's, probably, and then rest damage.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
my team won't have it, I know, but
Enemy has been slain.
I'm not sure I want to dedicate that much into Hydras. Not Hydras, no, brawlers. At least not yet.
Gank left lane. On my way. Enemy ultimate is ready. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack fire giant. Bolt fury. Yay!
them away.
Shut the fuck up, Scylla. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, the Scylla really loves BGS. I'm happy for him to have found such joy in life. With the amount of bad games I've had today, though, I'll take a quick win. They can surrender if they want to. I gotta get some SR back.
Enemies in the right jungle. Take right lane.
Thank you.
Always live on.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Bathe the glow. Rain shall wash them away.
Raid boss!
Double kill.
Fight me!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Bathe in the glow. Your right tower is under attack.
I want to stick around.
Your right tower has been
Hello, Zone.
On my way. I'll attack middle lane. Yay!
Enemy missing leg.
An enemy has been slain.
Cooldowns, no. My cooldowns aren't good enough.
Ultimate is down.
Your right tower is under attack.
That poor Pele.
Your right tower is under attack.
You thought there was a chance?
The rain shall
I mean, surely he surrenders soon. Like, it's not going well for him anywhere. Let's get this fucking tower. I'm tired of seeing it stand. What do I build now? Well, I guess we'll get that over with. I'll do Crusher here, because I want more cooldown. It's either between that, Tekukagi, and Crusher, but... let's try Crusher.
Ultimate is ready.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
No, we can't have 4 people defending. That's just...
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Your left tower is under
Damn,
attack.
they were all around.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
No
attack.
Pendulum. I'm not a huge fan of Pendulum, to be honest. And I think it's even... I don't know. I guess I just don't like it very much. I'm not to say I think it's bad. It's not. It's definitely not bad. I just like the other cooldown items more. I really like Jotun's passive, but I think if you go both Jotuns as well as Pendulum, it feels like you're just having too much. But like 45 power on Pendulum is pretty low, all things considered.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy.
I feel like I'm a tank. Somehow I'm full damage. Yeah, Pendulum was nerfed. I mean, it definitely just, for some reason, doesn't feel like it's that impactful when I buy it anymore. So I just prefer the others. Maybe get out! Oh, I just got CC'd to death. Fuck. I didn't see the emoji 1 underneath me. I definitely felt like a red boss this game, for no reason. But it's just because we're so far ahead. Like, I'm literally fighting people that are level 15 and 16 when I'm 20. It's literally what it felt like last game where I was trying to, you know, go on this fucking level 20 Susano when I'm level 16 as Pele. It's just... levels apparently make a big difference. Who would have thought? But maybe I'm also just a bigger fan of... I think Jotun's just feels better to me than Pendulum, because I think you could just go Pendulum instead of Jotun's. I think at that point it's just a preference thing. I just think the passive on Jotun's feels really good on Hercules, because he has that big kill potential when you just use everything. Like you have your 1-2 boulder type thing, and then if you get a kill out of that, you know, you have all your shit back up basically. Well, if that actually goes off, and it just feels way better. Yeah, GG's LMCO. Bit of a rough one. The emoji was the same as the chalk in the previous game, I believe. No, it wasn't this one. Where was it? It was in this one, yeah. I don't think he's trolling. I don't think he's that good, from what I could see when I was laning against him. He probably just shouldn't be in these games. He was doing it on purpose. Yeah, he definitely just didn't seem very good when I was against him. I'm definitely enjoying Hercules a lot at the moment. Like, last few times I've played him, I've had a lot of fun with him. But yeah, as I was saying, I think Pendulum also went a little bit out of favor because Serrated came back in. Because I think first item Pendulum feels a lot better than second item Pendulum. But now that Serrated is in, you kind of always need to go for that first. There's just nothing that is as impactful. Spanish freak. Okay, fair enough. He was probably just a weird boy then. Oh my god, these are so hard to see here. Fucking making me zigzag the shit out of them and I can't fucking see them. And I'm not even showing it. Whoops, there we go. I'm hitting everything as well. Why there's so many icons? Well, you mean at below my screen? It's all my items. It's an endless run, so it's been going for a while. I just keep going with this one until, like, you know, I lose, but I feel like it doesn't get any harder than this. So I feel like I might just be able to go forever, you know? Alright, what do we got? Afro band. I always ban Afro. That almost kind of fucked me up in my mind. I was like, what am I banning now? The world's my oyster when it comes to bans. But I still can't decide. Yeah, I realized Ganesh as well the second I pressed on Agni as well. It's like there's something I'm missing here. It is really funny how OP an Acne ADC apparently is. It's so crazy to think what's OP now, and in what way, compared to Smite 1.
Select your god.
Do I just play Herc again? I'll do a Guan Yu game. An actual, like, physical Guan Yu game. Or strength, I should say. Yeah, like Ganesha dealing damage with this too is also just something that's crazy to think about. And Apollo firing 3 once. I do like what Smite 2 brings to the table in that aspect. It's just some of them needs to be a little more balanced. But some of them are just inevitably going to be strong. Like, I don't see a meta where Apollo's aspect is going to be bad. Like, he's just... Apollo has always had a kit that I loved because he has very, very good self-defense. And I generally like that. But he sacrificed that self... Or, like, he sacrificed damage for that self-defense. Now that you can actually play him as a tank, you don't need the damage. You're just there to support. So how is that ever going to be bad? I just can't see a world where it's bad. They already gave him very little damage. He doesn't do that much damage anymore. And that's just not even the problem either. Matthew, do you agree with the fact that the lane kind of sucks in Smite 2 and ADC? Because I think that's one of the reasons why I hate the role in Smite 2. I feel so unsafe no matter where I go. Like, it feels like there's no safe spot. At least in Smite 1, I felt like there was some sort of safety zone. Where sure, there's a chance that you still get doved or something like that, but at least it felt like I wasn't always at risk by being ganked, because there's so many fucking bushes that are so unsafe near dual lane. I think that's my problem with it. I like playing ADCs. I love On Her. I love Apollo. But fuck no, I don't want to be over in that lane. It feels so bad. I hate it. It's like playing a horror game. Like, there's just always someone in the bush. Waiting to ruin my day. Like, look at solo as an example. There's only really one bush that I have to be careful of. Because the other ones are so far away that I should still be safe. And I still have counterplay potential. So I don't mind the bush placement in solo, but it's so much worse in duo. Because you can just get a one-shot by anything, like a jungler showing up out of nowhere. I don't like... I don't know, maybe they just make them smaller? I don't know, because it feels like the big, long bushes on the side in the lane just don't feel very thought out, I guess. Something just feels off about them. I can't really fully place it. I think I have to go beats this game. Let's try a serrated one.
Surely assist me.
That's more with strength. Damage scaling is strength. And obviously nothing here is gonna be strength. Okay. Let's try a strength one. What am I against? Thank God it's not Apollo. I would guess Morgan. Right? Neath mid. Morgan though. It's probably not going to be a very fun match. At least from what I'm seeing, bot is not aspect. So thank God. But still, fuck. First time I'm using this Guan skin though. It's Neve! Huh? I mean, I'll take it. You know, I'm not gonna complain about that. Someone feels a little insecure if they're gonna spam taunt like that already.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
OP wave clear, is it? Oh, tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, Mora just has the best early game clear.
There will be no escape.
Yeah, I mean everyone has good clear now, as yeah, sure compared to Smite, but even so, like Morgan is just straight up unfair clear.
An enemy has been slain. Death retreats at the shadow's touch.
Speaks very slow in the skin. With the shadow's touch. I want to really be able to have any kill potential on this Neath before I have my ult online.
Your middle tower is under attack.
God damn, man. Did they buff Neath or some shit? Fuck me. How is she doing so much damage this early? How am I getting one-shot by Neath pre-level 5? Or even like pre-level 15? Buff for 3 damage? Fucking hell.
That is too bad. Your middle tower is under attack.
Neath actually just feels like she's ban-worthy a lot of these games.
There will be no escape.
She must have backed, right?
Good luck. Hasta la vista, amigo. Enemy missing left.
This skin doesn't sound very scary. He just sounds like a chill dude with a deep voice.
Ally has been slain. Swift as the darkness. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. There will be no escape.
I don't know why I dashed into that. Probably have to go a little bit of defense.
On my way.
Just a little bit. Fuck, I don't know why I'm going for this though. I gotta get some cooldown. I guess I'll go for shifters, then Jotuns.
There will be enemy missing left.
Enemy missing left.
Swift as the darkness.
Wait, how does he have an XP lead on me? I'm so he's got an assist, I see.
There will be no
I was
escape.
about to say, like, I'm getting all the small camps at least.
Swift as the darkness.
No, I didn't make any time for that.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
On my way.
Guys, look at this left shock.
Wash them away.
In the cage. Your left
Just trying to help the person in the cage.
Swift as the darkness. Enemy missing left.
Don't invade my blue.
Your left tower is under attack.
He did invade my blue.
There will be no. Ultimate is ready. Attack. That is too bad. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Nice work.
I had to laugh back because he laughed.
Gank left lane. Cancel that.
Not really great from Chalk though. It's just really unfortunate how that played out. He's also level 7, or he was at the time. He just needs to go farm.
There will be no escape.
Yeah, I never initiate laughing either. I will laugh back though if someone keeps laughing at me. I only do it like once or twice though. I get tired of it pretty fast.
Darkness.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think he was holding the way for me like a champ, but I was looking at Dutch.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I should probably use my heal, maybe my dash even before I start my 3, just to get the extra buff from Serrated. Make sure it does as much damage as possible.
Swift as the darkness.
Why is he here? What's he doing here?
Move like a jaguar. I'll gank left lane.
You don't like
Your
me,
right
huh?
tower is under attack.
Ha!
On my way.
Well,
That is too bad.
eventually I am gonna need some assistance.
Your right tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane.
I mean, I think that people don't necessarily do it for a reason, you know? Like, some people are just doing it to be annoying, so... I think the more they think it's gonna piss someone off, the more they're just gonna do it. And then you have other people like Vegana Destroyer, who will just do it no matter what. If he's losing, he's doing it. If he's winning, he's doing it. He always does it. That button is not... Probably has a macro for it.
Has been slain.
Fine.
But he's also like the only person I can't take it serious when he's doing it. Because I just know he does it. It's just a part of his
Your
being.
left tower is under attack.
The other ones I'll find a little bit annoying or...
On my way.
Enemy missing left.
Okay. Enemy missing left.
That is too bad. There will be no escape. Oh, an ally has been slain.
Have a groovy time. Cancel that.
You will cease your rambling. Swift as the darkness.
I think Bacchus is the only person I don't want to hear that from when I die to Sopa ganking me. I didn't hear no missing from that. Why do you think I didn't call his missing? It's because I was busy being dead. It's gonna feel so much better when I have cooldown, man. Because this feels kind of ass.
Under attack.
There will be no escape. Enemy missing left.
Curses.
Enemy missing left.
They hit like a baby. Goodbye.
Swift as the darkness.
Your middle tower is under attack. Destroy the left enemy tower.
There will be no escape.
my way.
On my way.
Ally has been slain. That is too bad. And the rain shall wash them away.
Damn.
On my way.
Good that I didn't try to help out. Helpless syndrome almost got me killed.
Defend the Gold Fury.
Anything to ease my swift.
Your left tower is under attack.
Apologies. Made.
Apologies.
Definitely don't think I have any kill potential at Apollo without my ult. Because he just interrupts my 3. So, no chance there.
The shadows will mend. Enemy ultimate down.
Don't really do like any damage to him, honestly.
There will be no escape.
My heal is so bad.
Vista, amigo.
How? How did he die to Apollo? He was 1 HP. Huh? 0 and 6.
Swift as the darkness.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful, middle. Your right tower has been
There
destroyed.
will be no escape. Defend right lane.
Yes. Your right tower is under attack. Go, monkey, go! Careful, middle.
Get this race rocket.
Ain't no way, man. Fuck. That's so annoying.
Enemy has
Did get his
been
Aegis.
slain.
So far working decently, to be honest.
There will be no
Your team has destroyed a right. Your middle tower is under attack. Goodbye.
Bye.
Ally has been slain.
escape at the shadows touch.
I'll just finish this item, honestly.
Swift as the dark.
Don't want to just hold on to that anymore. Just get rollers. It's good here anyway.
Rain shall wash them away.
Mostly for Neath. It's decent against Sopic.
No escape.
An enemy has been slain.
Man, I feel like Chalk Jungle just isn't doing much here. He's also level 14, which is bad. What? Oh, fucking Sobic disease, I guess. Crocodile disease.
Swift as the darkness.
You can't hear it anymore? I mean, that's good. I did put on a noise suppressor a bit on my mic yesterday, because for some reason that had gone away. So maybe that explains it, why you could hear it. Just a little bit. I think I can adjust it, but I wanted to see if this was enough.
Your left tower is under attack, and the rain shall wash them away. On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
The shadows will mend. Retreat.
Yes. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Swift as the darkness. Death retreats at the shadow's touch.
An enemy has been slain.
There will be no escape.
Them away.
There will be no escape. The shadows will mend.
That red effect is so aggressive.
Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jack. Get in this jack. Get it?
What is that red effect even?
There will be no escape.
Brawlers? Wait, what does Brawlers do again?
Swift as the darkness.
Oh, the field around you improve. Okay, I see. That makes sense. That's why I never knew what the fuck it was. Because I don't never fucking know about Brawlers. Brawlers.
There will be no
And that's obviously a new effect. I forgot about it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
swift as
I'm not worried. I still had an awesome time.
Survive a little longer, buddy. I need you.
swift as the darkness.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy has been slain.
Death retreats at the shadow's touch. Attack. There will be no escape. The shadows makes their
His voice is a little too deep. I like this more than the Int one though, because Int one is so reliant on abilities, obviously. And you kind of want to play around the healing. Maybe that's what makes it less fun to me. Scrap this and maybe I do Brawlers again or Crusher instead again, just for the cooldown.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Rain shall wash them away. Middle lane. Help middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
This Bacchus just 1v1ing the bots over there.
On my way. Help middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oof.
The shadows will mend.
Destroy the middle enemy tower. Enemy has been slain.
Oh man, I want to stick around for the speed buff again.
Shadows touch.
Can I?
Swift as the darkness.
Why can't you do auto them, huh? Iris? Why is this a range specific auto interaction? Feels kind of rude to melee characters.
Swift as the darkness.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack the Gold Fury. There will be no escape.
I'll attack left lane.
No, man. Ain't no way. Go Bacchus.
Rain shall wash them away.
Save yourself.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Death retreats and the shadows touch.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
There will be no escape.
Did you see me? I'm great. Okay. It's fun. Cancel that.
Please.
Like the Guan frontline full damage thing obviously wouldn't be as fun if you were behind, because then you're just a snack. You don't really do any damage. But if you're ahead, it's going alright. I feel like I would be stronger as a Hercules or a Thor, as I have done today. But at least this is more fun than what I've done so far on Guan. Neath actually went Boar as well. Explains why he doesn't do that much damage at this point. I feel like he was doing way more to me early.
Hello.
Fire giant.
I hear a monkey.
Ward here.
Your team has destroyed the fire jump. Attack the Gold Fury.
There will be no escape.
I'll gank right lane.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Enemies in right lane. End of the world is here.
There will be no escape. Impressive. No. Swift as thieves.
Enemies incoming left. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Attack middle lane. Little enemy business.
Retreat.
Dude, I didn't beat. It's fucking Morgan. I'm so not used to Morgan's stealth. Because that just comes out of nowhere now. Well, that sucks, man. I was about to press dagger. Then that shit was cancelled, and I didn't get my beats off in time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Huge. Get the dagger.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, my horrific.
Swift as the darkness.
And just like that, they've thrown.
Completed. There will be no escape.
Nothing like a throw right after a throw.
Swift as the darkness.
Dude, what is my guy building as well? He's a full int chuck. With Transcendence, he's double stacking too.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Okay, we just end this. Okay.
Victory.
Smite 2. The game. Wow, that's impressive. 20k exactly. But that was alright. Was nothing special. But obviously also can't poke, so all of that is all-in damage. It was an alright time playing a full damage Guan, but I will not do that again. Anytime soon. It's hard. You really have to choose a moment to go in. If your ult is down, it feels like you just can't do anything. You're just waiting for your I guess, initiate / survivability to be up before you can even do anything. Did the queues finally merge again? That team would have gone hard. Baham was crying before the game even started. That sucks. Happens too often. I guess I'll ban Agni. There's a lot of shit open now. Oh, my alarm is going off. Give me a second, boys.
Select your god.
Okay. Maybe do a Finra game? Sure, why not? People are generally so perma. It's definitely weird when people just accept that they've lost in the picks and bans. I mean, if you feel that way, you should probably just... Oh, what is that? You should probably just, you know, dodge, I guess. It is weird. I can feel that way sometimes, though, when I see, like, the match as well, but, like, I'm gonna do my best still. What am I doing? I'll always do my best until it is unwinnable, like, in-game. Once the enemy is too fat, or we're just losing too hard, or it feels like we're just getting outmatched everywhere, then yeah, I'm gonna feel like it's cooked. But usually it takes a little bit for it to get to that point. And also, obviously, there's so many factors into it too. Like sometimes a game really feels unwinnable, but then you win one single fight, and then suddenly it's back to being a potential winnable game. For me, I feel like I mostly just lose interest if my teammates are whining or bitching the whole game, and we aren't really doing anything even if we have a lead. Like I just hate when my team starts losing motivation and they start screaming at each other, and suddenly they're being keyboard warriors instead. Because then the game is no longer fun, and that's really all that means something to me. We can lose. Like, sometimes I'll lose, but I still had fun. You know? Like, there was one game like that earlier, where I had a pretty decent amount of fun. Even though I lost. I just mostly lose interest if my team starts being annoying to each other on purpose. People are actually trying and we're just like playing as a team. We're still just trying to get back into the game. I think that's fun as fuck. I love playing from behind with a team that also enjoys playing from behind, I suppose. Or maybe not enjoying it, but like at least try to get back in. People give up too fast. What do I want? Beats? I guess. Yeah, beats are that's kind of nice. I'll do Death Toll for the healing. I over-rotated? Yeah, I get that a lot. It's a me problem as well. Just lose so much farm. Had to? I mean, I keep telling myself that too, but sometimes we just don't. Sometimes it's more valuable to stay farmed and hope that at least since we're even, then hopefully we can actually do something about it. It's a risk either way, like risking the rotation and not getting anything. Risking the rotation and, you know, then not getting really getting anything out of it, or just staying and... Bro, can we pause? Hello, team? No? Okay. I kind of lost my train of thought, because I was thinking about this. At least it's support. But...
Okay.
Yes. Curse them.
That's too bad. Okay. I sense your fear. Your right tower is under attack.
Kind of fucked that up. I feel like I should have had kill there. Wasn't moving like I expected him to.
Help. They just rained on your parade. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. That's too bad.
Enemies in left lane.
Infinite fates. Choose
Who is here?
one.
The support? Which is who? Think I'm stupid? Okay, I'm stupid. How is Loki here too? He tried the good old IDC thing. That's the thing that never works on me, man. I don't kill DCs. Fuck that. Did jump with your Motor 3? Probably, but I had to go for it. I thought he backed in time. It would have made a difference. I really hoped I hit level 4 for that. Now I'm just kind of cooked here. So it should be a very easy matchup for me, but I cannot fall behind. Kind of sucks that support is kind of forced to stay here at the moment.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
Like, Mordred against Fenrir is really easy for me as Fenrir. Just because he has no way of interrupting me. Oh, what the fuck would we surrender, man?
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's AFK.
Your fear. Your right tower is under attack.
And I guess we should, because, like, why is he AFK? Weird, but...
Okay, cancel that. Farewell. Until your next reflection.
Yes.
I will say, let me press here. So he did press. Bitch. Whatever happened here, he did press, and I don't know if he was the one that pressed no. So...
Defeat.
I feel like I have to report then. Why are you AFK, buddy? Yeah, bitch being bitch, but usually he doesn't go AFK and troll. He plays weird, but he always tries to win, you know, despite the weird playstyle he has. I've never seen him troll before. Like, legitimately troll. Oh my god, these fucking rocks. That Russ guy getting loads of reports lately. It's Fairly. He's always getting reports. He lives with them. I'm pretty sure they live with him in his apartment. Hello, Vives. If Fairly isn't getting reported for something, I would feel like something is wrong, you know? So it's not really all that surprising to me. He's very passionate guy. What did I do? I mean, in that case, I don't know. I have no idea what you did in that game to piss off a bitch. I've never seen him do anything like that. Yeah, I don't know why people didn't pause, but if Bibib was AFK, and I don't know what the fuck was happening around mid, I assume me and our jungler did. But who knows?
Select your god.
I forgot the... I forgot him. Yeah, this is looking very cooked. It didn't really work that game. Yeah, I feel like if I go Gep solo, it's trolling, man. And it's probably better in solo than mid, you know? It's always gonna be fun, though, because if something works and it's trolling as fuck, it's not troll if it works, right? But the second it doesn't work, someone will call you out for it. I do think that's always a pretty fun interaction. Like, not too long ago, I had someone being mad at me because I banned Acne. You know? Sometimes you just can't win. I think we'll win this, though. We have Pain on Odin, so we're good. Surely he carries us. I didn't think about whether this actually is an elephant in solo, and if it is, I'm actually cooked. I can interrupt these two. I assume. I don't... Actually, does my one work? Or my impale? No, it's mid. It's a mid elephant. What am I against? Fenrir? Ymir? It's gotta be Bari. That's so annoying, man. I didn't pick this to be against Bari. I do need the mana back. My saving grace. Mordred is currently taking his spot. I'll play Mordred when I don't know what else to play, as well as Apollo. But now that those are here, and I can feel that I'm a little tired of them, I need the mana even more. The Janus, me too, honestly. Holy fuck, man. Janus, Heimdall, who else? Clio. I'm looking forward to Wukong, obviously, next patch. He is definitely the god I want to play, and he's 1000%. He has to be terrible, like really bad, if he isn't good right now in this meta, where like strength items are really good. There's no way he's not going to be a good jungler and or a solo. I don't want to believe that. He's gotta be good. +1 on Heimdall. Well, they might not give him a big +1. It could just be something small. Like, look at On Her. The fuck did he get, you know? It's just On Her, again. But a little different. But the same.
Completed. Until next time. I'll be right or the tavern.
I think they should just keep Heim the same as well. Okay, it's Scylla. I mean, that should be easy enough. Like, this matchup's gonna be fucking snooze fest. Probably.
Be careful.
Yes!
Fuck it. I'll just go pick up my stuff.
No problem. Attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. I'm the greatest. I'm a muscle fan.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Follow me. Your middle
I want to jump him so bad. But at this point, the jungler could be around.
Be careful. That's too bad.
Bye, wave clear.
Thanks. Your middle tower is under attack. No problem. Be right back.
I always find it odd how slow Honor feels early game. He just feels incredibly slow.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I swear my impale didn't go off when I pressed it the first time. It should have been perfect.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
This looks good. Get him, boys. Bari? No Bari? Bad Bari. Don't do that. I think they get him anyway. I think they get him anyway.
Enemy missing.
Maybe. And now I am a full behind.
Enemy has been slain. You're as solid as a rock. You're as solid as a
Cancel.
rock.
Save yourself. Hush now.
That's too
Some
bad.
of us are cast.
I'm so far behind in XP. That's actually crazy.
Complete.
How did I lose so much after just one death?
Now. Some of us
I must have
are
lost like a
cast.
full wave.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
What's the fuck? What's the cooldown on her fucking 3? Excuse me?
Ally has been slain.
Both ults. Again. Like, am I gonna get visited by my jungler anytime soon? Or, I guess we're just losing everywhere, though. I don't know. It's so awkward. Should be a good crit game, at least. I don't think anyone really is gonna go anti-crit in this one. Ymir is the only one that could, but...
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, if we both go crit, there's no way he wouldn't do it. But still, I don't think I can fight this if I don't go crit anyway.
On my way. Ultimate is down. Enemy spotted.
Look who's here again.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay, I think we just leave this lane. Because that's just boring. Fenrir's just gonna sit around.
That's too bad. Okay, okay. No problem. Save yourself. A monument to my ambulance. Under attack. Whoa, you move like a jaguar. Yes.
Yes, I'm on it.
And beats. Did they up the range on it? That seems really far.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold. Enemy has been slain. Thanks.
I definitely haven't dealt with Scylla much in lane specifically.
I'll be in my tower. All the time.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Should probably just have accepted that I wasn't gonna win this lane. I just have gone tanky a bit. Because I'm not gonna win against Scylla as on her. Just never gonna be able to, like, ever jump her.
Good day. Good day.
Okay.
Has been slain. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't help.
You are fabuloso. Yes. Yes.
I did fuck up on the picks and bans, but like, I can't believe Exploded is acting like this wouldn't happen to him and any other god. Don't really think it's the gods that are making the difference here, to be honest with you. Like, Bari is one thing, and she is definitely OP, but you're gonna blame me for picking Cardinals into it? That's on you, I think.
Your left tower is under
I'll get it one more chance.
That's too bad.
Fucking hell. I do feel like I'm a little delayed in this game. Might be the first bad server in a while. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. He's getting super babysit by this Fenrir. Literally cannot try to look for a single fight without Fenrir showing up. I think just how Honor feels in this game. I disagree. I think Honor's really good. But his biggest counter will always be Fenrir. Oh, you mean the slow parts? I mean, I'm almost ranked 10 on him. This is like the slowest I've felt ever on him. It's insane how I feel like my autos are incredibly delayed in this one. He just feels really heavy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Though I think he always does that early, until you get attack speed online, but now that I do have some attack speed, he still feels really slow. So, I don't know.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
I feel like I say it every stream at this point, but I feel like Explorer is like... He used to be a quiet dude, it felt like. And now he's so loud, very, very confident, and I rarely see him ever do anything.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know where that confidence comes from.
Your team destroyed a left enemy tower. Awesome.
Since I don't see any reason for it to be there.
Enemies behind us.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Have fun.
Ha! Delightful chaos.
That's too bad.
Enemies in middle lane. Retreat.
How the game's been? They've been alright. This one is pretty rough. Have some annoying players.
Okay.
One specific one. And this one. Kind of grinding my gears a little bit. But yeah. Otherwise, it's been alright. I think it's a pretty successful, entertaining Smite day.
Wait. On my way.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, right? Awesome. Enemies incoming right.
Yes. On my way.
Enemies incoming right. On my way. The Bold Fury. Ward
Attack.
here. Help. Help.
Attack.
Enemies have returned to base. And the rain shall wash them away. Attack the Gold Fury. On my way.
I just really got frozen inside. It's crazy.
My ultimate down. Save yourself.
A shame. You show us next time. I'll be in my tower.
That's so unfortunate.
That's too bad.
In this one I did fuck up in the picks and bans by leaving the elephant open, but like... The elephant isn't an instant win. Are we gonna sit and say that Gunter isn't gonna perform on another god as well? No, I mean...
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
He's definitely gonna perform on a different god as well. Still, the elephant is just someone that I should be leaving open either way.
No
He's a bit too overpowered at the moment.
barely had to lift a finger.
I'm still not feeling like I want to surrender though. I don't see this as being an unwinnable game. But if my whole team wants to surrender, I'll let them choose.
Your right tower is under attack.
Delightful chaos.
I'm just not even gonna press. I'm not pressing it anymore.
Attack the fire giant. Cancel that. Enemies in left lane. Okay, enemies have returned. Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, what's this? What actually is the cooldown on that? That's insane. There's people here. There are more than one. Yeah, he can't take it anymore. Let's take some deep breaths, buddy.
Curses. I'll defend the fire giant.
Enemy
missing.
completed. Until next time, I'll be in my tower.
The enemy team has
Aw.
destroyed the fire.
They're so low too, that's so unfortunate.
Jaguar. Ooh. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, to move like a jaguar.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack. That's too bad. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower.
It's just too late at this point, I guess.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Let's get out then.
Well cast. I'm honestly impressed.
I'll say it again though, I don't think the elephant was the reason why we lost this game. I think people just got shit on. Like me. I fucked up. I shouldn't have gotten solid against into Scylla, but I mean Finra just sat on my fucking ass, so. And I'm not even sure that would have changed in terms of picks either. I mean, Bari is one thing. I mean, don't ever listen to what this guy says. I don't think it would have mattered what he was playing into to Radiant Mystic. Radiant Mystic is better than him. He would have probably, more than likely, won against him anyway. Bari helps the case, for sure. She's very good. But motherfucker, you picked Kernos. What are you expecting? It's like the second to worst ADC in the game, by a large margin. Where are your red dot? There you are. Guy's a weirdo. Yeah, he's been weird a lot, like really weird lately. I've said it before, but I used to not mind him at all. But now he's being weird every game. Like top tier weird. Oh, but Rama, he is the worst. And then Kernos. Obviously, there's not that many. I guess you can make the argument for Sol, but like she's a mage, right? If you're building it as an ADC, then yeah, I mean she's probably gonna be worse. But Sol as a mage is really good. I think Izanami has potential because of the split pushing, as well as just the early game pressure she brings. Still, don't recommend her. Actually, I mean it's kind of a weird one. I think it's probably between Rama and Izanami. Actually, I do think Kurnos is. Wait, where the fuck is Kurnos? I'm stupid. I didn't roll up. But yes, I mean that's the thing. I don't think it changes much. I think Ramen is now the worst, and then Kurnos. The rest are like good to playable. It's like Apollo is obviously good, Honor's good, Cupid's good. I think Danza in the right hands have seemed to be pretty good. Yeah. Broken, really good. Medusa's, she's fine, I guess. I think she's alright, but alright just isn't good enough at the moment. Jingwei is obviously good. Rumble late, I think, can scale. Yeah, I just think early game is so important in duo. Having someone that can fight early is such a big advantage. But I do think that also mostly comes up to supports. A Ymir will automatically just be way better than something like Geb in the laning phase. But yeah. Oh. That game was so exhausting. How's it looking today? Not great. It's looking alright, actually. This one doesn't count. It's just an early pre-10 minute surrender. So it's 3-3 basically. 3 wins, 3 losses. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I moved at all, actually, since I started today. Just go Guan again. I don't think I want to do Guan again. It was alright, but it wasn't that fun. I might want to play a mage. I haven't played any mages today, have I? No, not a single mage game, which is very unlike me. I've only played strength characters. Maybe I do a mage. Nem? No, I think I want to play mage. I want to build end items. I think if I had to play a physical, I kind of want to do Fenrir again, because that was the early surrender game. Let's get Apollo out. Don't really want to feel like giving that away if I end up beating it again.
Select your god.
I don't want to give away Kali. She kind of counts as an in character, because that's what I will be building on her. Do I actually go int? Surely I still go int. We're kind of throwing all the physical damage on me right now, though. I feel like Uller is a bad pick. Uller is good if someone is good at playing it. But that's often not the case. He's one of the better ADCs right now. Because he doesn't rely on crit. And crit's kind of awkward. But if you can have consistent access, he's very good. He's got some of the best escapability on the ADC side of things. It's quite safe. He's got good poke. Wait a minute. Who is mid? Is it gonna be Uller mid? They have a weird comp. Yeah, I'm thinking them. They do have a weird comp. Like, they're heavy and physical. I'm just gonna start with Helm of Radiance. Helm. Fenrir ADC, it seems.
Ha! Delightful chaos!
I mean, our late game is really good. But right now we have a Soul Mage in ADC and an Anubis in jungle. Two things that kind of need a few items online before they really become a threat. Not to mention me, actually, on Kali, with an int build. If I went strength, I would have much better early. Let me just check. Still scales better with int. This is only strength. And this also still scales better with int. So yeah. Int it is.
My apologies. My apologies.
That's so bad for me. I lost 2 creeps, man. Kai, how could you do this to me? I'm so cooked. I'm actually giga cooked. I have to stay back.
I'm going for jungle.
It's very good for me that he is standing here, though. Instead of just going to do my farm. Like... Ooh, Hercules, though. Ow. I'm just so ability based. I can only fight when my abilities are up.
Enemy missing. Right. Enemy spotted.
Gank middle lane. Truly unfortunate.
Oh, he played that really bad. He's level 5? Junglers, what the fuck? I'm level 3! How? He's also not ADC. It's just the game baiting me to thinking that he is. 5? Dude, that's so bad! Hi-Rez! Hi-Rez, I'm calling you up. Now I'm really certified cooked. Dude, is Calm attracted to me or something? It's the same as shit as last game. I didn't realize he was such a big fan of me. You boys have fun. I'm not level 5. Fucking hell. Underperforming role, by the way, I'm sure. Sure it is. Just because people are bad at the game, you know? I'm not gonna deny that jungle is probably the most skill-based role there is. Because it's more about judgment than it's about skill. Like, mechanical skill. Like, you can be good mechanically, but you can still be a bad jungler, you know? You gotta know what to do in each situation when it comes to rotation. Are we actually zoning? It's crazy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, I fucking know you're sitting in the fucking bush for some reason. Now I just need to farm. Even more so if Fenrir is gonna be sitting with me. I don't want a repeat of last game where I tried to fight, and each time I try to fight, Fenrir shows up and licks my butt. I don't need it. Not again. I'm not in the mood. At the same time, my fucking Hercules here tries to zone me every wave. That's what he's again.
Your right tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Well cast. I'm honestly impressed.
I'll attack right lane.
Get him, man! Get him! He's so far ahead of me, I just can't fight back.
He kind of shouted so he won't free me.
Yeah, I'm just so far behind because of Fenrir.
Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate down.
If it wasn't because of Fenrir's constantly visiting me, trying to ruin my life, I wouldn't be so fucking far behind. But it should be much easier now that I have Helm of Radiance. Could at least be somewhat tanky.
Enemy missing left.
On my way. On my way.
Jaguar. Got a man up.
Yeah, I'm just surviving for now.
I'll attack right lane.
Are you zoning or not? It's just that I got diff at the moment. I can't fight without much damage when I'm playing int builds. The serrated diff, he does so much damage. Hercules might actually be really good in solo right now. The few times I've played him now as well, you feel literally unstoppable with serrated. This is the serrated diff.
Enemy missing middle.
Herc doesn't get any nerfs because he's generally terrible. He's generally really not that good. And that's also the fact that everything is OP. But right now, with anything that kind of works like an assassin, having serrated is just a gigantic advantage. Like, this item is fucking broken. They buffed it way too much.
I mean, this Colin's how
You haven't asked me.
At least I got something. You can leave me if you want, Kai. I'll just FK farm into him. I'm fucking int build anyway.
There was no other way.
Well, it does seem like my soul's about to have a mental breakdown, so...
You're very quiet, by the way. I can almost barely hear you.
They have earned their damnation.
That was a huge kill for me, though. Now I'm actually ahead and go in XP.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Remind me not to turn you.
Why is this shit still on me?
has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's get Polly already. Might as well. I'm gonna have pretty low power overall until I finish like some bigger items, but that's kind of the price I had to pay for going for Radiance. Even with Radiance, I feel like I'm not very tanky.
On my way.
Enemies in the right jungle.
It's a trap! It's a trap! Completed!
There's no other way.
No problem.
I'm definitely getting babysit here though. I can't lie. It's not a good matchup for me.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemies have returned today.
They have earned their
But I would probably throw Hercules in the same boat as something like Mordred at the moment. I think Hercules is definitely better late game, he just has way more utility. But when it comes to lane bullies, like Mordred is just right up there with Hercules. Even better, I would say, Mordred early game, just because his... Hercules is very plagued by his cooldowns in the early stages of the game. Wow, that is a lot of damage.
Down! Jeez! Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. I'm going for jungle bow.
And Mordred is something that also feels like you're cheating when you're actually starting with Serrated. That's something I realized in the last few streams. But Mordred just sucks once you get to team fighting still. His low mobility is just... I mean, you get CC'd, you die. It's kind of the same thing with Hercules, but Hercules' ultimate is so incredibly powerful for turnaround potential. And Mordred doesn't have that same kind of potential. But Serrated Mordred feels like you're cheating early game. Your sustain is absolutely insane combined with the sustain he already has. I can fight him soon, but not yet. And for now, I'm actually gonna have to go... I need to go Divine as well. I don't know what to build in this game, because I need everything.
Falling back completed. Enemy missing right.
Fuck.
Enemies in the left jungle.
help middle lane.
Help middle lane.
Enemies have returned to base.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing right. Careful left.
Gank middle lane. Gank middle lane. Gank left lane.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack.
Damn it! I can't hit my shit.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold my way.
On my way. I'm on it.
Walk it off. Hit the dirt.
That's about it. Just gotta look for the poke when it's available to me. He's just gonna heal it back up though.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. is under attack.
Falling back.
I'm going for jungle buff.
Enemy missing. Falling back.
I'm actually surprised how hard this matchup is. He also has Spirit Rope. That makes a lot of sense.
Your left tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
Enemy
Ultimate is ready.
down.
Help!
Fenrir beats.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle lane. Your right tower is under attack. Fabuloso! Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Whoa, that's a lot of healing. Holy moly. And that's with a little bit of anti-healing that I have. He's still healed that much.
Honestly, we could do it.
Just fucking get full rot.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay, this is a terrible idea.
You should be fine. Fenrir isn't left and two of them are dead. Someone should probably go zone though.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Okay, there's no way he has beelined it straight for my speed.
He knows what's important.
Deadly.
Look at that. If it's not Hercules, I can't kill him. That's great.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Gotta get Nimble Ring last.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Rain shall wash them away.
Shall we do it again over tea?
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yeah, I can't really say this wasn't me.
Bye. Thanks.
Victory.
Oh, do I do one last? I don't think so. I guess I'll end it while at least it was okay. Explode for fat shaming? Yeah, sure. Doesn't surprise me that he starts doing that as well. He's checkboxing everything when it comes to harassment the last few streams that I've been playing with him. He's cranking it up. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. I think I gotta go make some food. I already kind of took it a bit longer than I planned to, but I had fun today. In at least most of my games. Not this one. Thank you guys for watching.